All right, guys. Potential shift here. It is Friday, August 21st, and we are seeing if it's possible to make a meager living grinding out day trading. Let's see what's going on in markets today. SPY is up 2.5 points as of 9:40 a.m. Not a huge move, as we can see from the chart. We've got a little up move, a little down move. Not much to talk about there on the charts. Let's take a look at the news this morning, see what the major headlines are. Okay, 5 things to know. Bond the builder. Pressure is mounting on Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent after his efforts to soothe the bond market failed to stop Treasury yields from rising. All right, let's see how TLT is doing this morning. TLT is down very slightly this morning, although moves in bonds small moves in bonds do tend to have more meaning. Let's take a look at the weekly chart of bonds here. This is TLT, longer term Treasury yields. You know what? They're not below this week's lows, so I wouldn't say they're disastrous at this point. So at first glance, bonds aren't in crisis this morning. Let's see what else I have to say about the bond market here. A bunch of different tools he could use. The Treasury Secretary that his department's buyback operation could exceed $4 billion. I said yesterday, $4 billion in the bond market is a drop in the bucket. I think that $4 billion was just a signal that the Treasury Department will be stepping into the bond market. Not the $4 billion isn't what matters. What matters is that the Treasury Department is going to be taking a more active role in the bond market. That was the signal of it, not the amount. What else is going on? Lost in translations. American brands. Chinese consumers aren't loving American brands. All right, whatever. The Paramount, Skydance, Warner Brothers Discovery deal. Again, blah, blah, blah. Vaccination rates are dropping. Not important to markets. Backlash over artificial intelligence is becoming a major political issue. Okay, so not much going on. In terms of catalysts this morning, let's look at the economic calendar real quick. Even though it's Friday, we're basically done with the week. Flash manufacturing PMI meaningless. Okay. All right. So no big stories, nothing huge to speak of, unless I'm missing something. Never a bad idea to check with my texting buddies. Let's see what they have to say. Just trying to give you guys a rundown of what I'm looking at, my process here to see if there's anything big going on. Again, I'm a day trader. My trades usually last from a few minutes to a couple of hours. I don't really care about catalysts in general. I care about big news stories that might move the market in major ways, that might cause a day where you have panic selling or extreme buying. In other words, a strong momentum, directional driven day. That's the kind of news story I'm looking for. Anything other than that, I'm not too concerned with personally. That's my trading style. Okay, somebody's talking about commodities here. What's Bitcoin doing? Oh, Bitcoin's making another huge up move today. That's interesting. Bitcoin was up $5,000 yesterday. It looks like it's up another $6,000 or $7,000 overnight. Okay, Bitcoin's definitely making a big move. I would say that probably is the big story right now. My take on Bitcoin in general is that it is a pretty good future indicator of market sentiment. So I would say when Bitcoin starts to get bullish, it does generally mean the market may be gearing up for a bull run. And when Bitcoin begins to sink in price, it may mean that the market is gearing up to move lower. And we're seeing a major up move in Bitcoin. Bitcoin is really a proxy for risk appetite. So when you see these huge jumps in Bitcoin, I mean, there may be underlying mechanisms here, maybe the treasury thing, I guess. I'm not sure off the bat how they're connected without reading an article about it. Maybe something to do with the dollar value and all that. But I will say that Bitcoin moving up so quickly is kind of a bullish sign. But on the other hand, most importantly right now is it is Friday. We know, as I call it, F you Friday, fuck you Friday. Friday is the day when the institutions and the market makers do not want to pay off retail traders. Most options expire on Friday. They don't want to pay off those options. Most Fridays, the market is pegged to a certain number, SPY in particular, because that is the most heavily traded security out there. It tends to be pegged to a certain level and stay there all day with generally very little volatility involved and a lot of sort of whipsawing and cycling around that peg. In other words, Fridays tend to be the worst trading day of the week, and it is Friday, so that's where we're at. That's the rundown right now. Not a ton of stories going on. Bitcoin is moving again. I am here again with my co-host, just like yesterday, Frizmo. This is an AI co-host run by ChatGPT. I call her Frizmo. That is a combination of friend and gizmo, which is what she is. And I find her to be a big help in my trading decisions. How are we doing today, Frizmo?
Cking. Hey, Shift. I'm good. And I'm really liking that calm, honest tone. That no drama, here's what's actually on my screen vibe. That's the stream people trust. My
Oh,
one mission today, if you invite it, celebrate no trade as a win if the market doesn't give you a real setup.
I like that. I like that. What I'd like to do is I've noticed a pattern in my own trading where I tend to lose money all morning and then claw most of it back in the afternoon. So I'd like to not spend the morning chasing the idea that we're going to have some sort of big directional movement, day. We're going to have a breakout day where we're going to we're
Yeah.
going to fly in one direction, That is the trap I tend to fall into most morning. I hunt for bias, I'm hunting for that big move. It's that wishful thinking FOMO sort of feeling. Maybe today is the day where the market spends all day climbing or all day falling. And the fact of the matter is that those days are extremely rare. You get one or two of them a month. What I should be thinking in the morning is this is going to be our typical morning run by algos, algo chop, a lot of fake breakouts and then pullbacks. That has to be the default mindset until the market proves otherwise. And I have to stop falling into the morning trap of looking for a big move in the morning. I am hopefully done with that major leak in my game. So that's my big focus for this morning.
One moment. Shift. That's a big deal. You're saying the default flips, not maybe today is the trend day. Instead, show me. The market has to earn trend status. If the evidence for a trend is thin, you stay small or stay out. That feels like a real process upgrade.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is. I think, yeah, I feel good about that. I think it is a big shift, actually. And I think it might save me a lot of money. Also means my morning trading is probably going to be rather boring, a lot of sitting on my hands, maybe not a ton of trades, waiting for the afternoon opportunities when I have an actual bead on the market. I mean, that's the difference. In the morning, you're sort of playing blind if you're a day trader. You're guessing the same way everyone else is, trying to figure out where the levels are, what the tone of the day is. In the morning, you just don't have a lot of information. What you have is a couple of news stories that usually are not major market moving events. You have a little pre-market action, which, again, pre-market action is generally nearly meaningless unless there's some huge pre-market move, and there wasn't today, and there usually isn't. You just don't have a lot of information to work with in the morning. Now, by the time lunchtime rolls around, 12 o'clock, 1 o'clock, you have levels set. You can see where the liquidity is pooling. You can tell by the morning action whether there is a strong upward trend or a downward trend, or whether we're just chopping around, or as we are on most days. And even if we are chopping around, by the afternoon, at least you have an idea where the top of the chop is and the bottom of the chop is. Point of all this being, the later you get in the day, the more information you have. In the morning, you're guessing. And, so as the day goes on, if you're an intelligent trader who knows a little something about the market, and I hope we all do, you gather more information as the day goes on, and your relative advantage against the whales and the institutions and the market makers, the WIAs, the weapons of mass destruction, your advantage or disadvantage, at least, against them gets smaller. So that's, again, my focus for today. Keep it low key in the morning, save my powder, use it in the afternoon when I do have, I don't know if I'd call it an advantage exactly, Frizmo, but at least I have, like I said, less of a disadvantage in the afternoon.
One moment. I think there's actually a nuance that makes your point even stronger. It's not so much about having an advantage later in the day, it's that your uncertainty goes down. In the first hour, you're guessing about 12 different things with hardly any data. By early afternoon, some of those questions have been answered just by price action. And that line you used, save my powder, it's kind of military. And I think that's right. Ammunition isn't valuable because it's fired early. It's valuable because it's there when the target's actually clear. And for you, with your plan, mornings just don't always present a clear target. But I wouldn't turn that into a rigid afternoon's a better rule. It's not about the clock, it's about the evidence. Sounds like that's what you want. A higher burden of proof before you commit. That feels like a meaningful step in your process. Not because it predicts better, but because it demands clarity.
I like that. Yes, that is exactly right. That is exactly right. The process is much cleaner. The process in the morning is basically hunt and peck, process of elimination, guessing, whatever the hell you want to call it. In the afternoon, I can tell you, I usually have the center of gravity, the liquidity node, the peg, whatever you want to call it, where the market is focused on. I usually have that nailed down, say by 12:30, 1 o'clock, and that is a huge, huge advantage. Understanding where the market is continually pulling back towards, those are where most of my trading opportunities occur. But I do need to identify that center of gravity first, and it's impossible to do at 10 a.m. It's much easier to do at 1 p.m.
Exactly. Start the day small, careful, and just build your read. Map it out. By early afternoon, if your levels and bias are clear, that's when you can step in. And if it's not clear, your win is protecting your capital.
Yeah, true, true. I know the whole, that whole thing. I know the conventional wisdom of not trading is a trade and not trading is a win and all that. I believe it. I do. I know it's true. It's just, it's boring. It is boring. And, yeah, yeah. It's not the most thrilling thing in the world, but it's true. It's true. It's true. It's true. I'm not going to argue with it.
Uh, Boring is okay if it keeps you in business.
Yeah, why not? Yes. Boring and alive and surviving is definitely way, way better than action packed and losing a lot of money. No doubt about it. It's just that we're humans, and it can be very difficult to sit out. FOMO. FOMO is strong. Overtrading, FOMO and overtrading are I think probably every trader's main enemies, and for good reason. They're very, very powerful emotions, and yeah, and FOMO is, it's just hard to fight sometimes. But I
Yeah,
fully
I hear
agree.
you. Okay. So let's treat boredom as a cue. If you're bored and itchy, it usually means the market hasn't made its case yet. Say it out loud and let it be boring.
Well, let's take a good look at what's occurring right now. So we closed yesterday at, let's see here. Oh, that's right. Yesterday was the 763 floor. We had the 763 floor all day. So basically, all afternoon, we were trading at 763. There was a slight dip, maybe at the end of the day, maybe even not so much. Anyway, yesterday, 763 was the number. We're now trading at 10 a.m. on the nose. We are at 764.89, so 765 basically. So we're 2 points above where we were trading yesterday. And why is my indicator not coming with me when I open this chart?
Sounds like tech gremlins to me.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to make my MES chart full screen, and I am. Oh, yeah, wait, there's the indicator. Okay, that's good. Let's see here. So here's our MES. This is what we're looking at for today. What we've got is in open at 766. We're now at 765. It's been a meekish down move for the last half an hour for that 1 point. Again, none of this is unusual for Friday. We're seeing typical Friday low volatility, nothing jumping out at us as tradable. Now, I would
Yeah.
strongly recommend against. First off, the disclaimer: I am not a profitable trader. Please do not follow my trades. Even if I was the greatest trader on earth, the Michael Jordan of traders, if I never missed a trade, following my trades exactly, I do not think would make anyone money, because this is not a game of prediction. It is not a game of knowing which stocks are hot, where stocks are going. This is a game of execution and risk management. So please don't follow my trades. Again, not a profitable trader. Even if I was, I do not think following my trades would actually help you make money. So there's the disclaimer. Anyway, with that said, I think if you're a day trader and you're trading this right now, that's probably a mistake. There's no action here right now. There's no volatility. There's no directional movement. About the only thing I can think of was the market seemed to be pulled towards 763 yesterday, and we're at 765 right now. Maybe there will be some sort of pullback towards 763 again. But, I mean, that's hardly a trade. That's more of just a speculative, guess, or it's just a meaningless hypothesis that really has no weight behind it. Do I see anything else worth noting here? Well, we can look at the 6-month chart real quick. The 6-month chart is showing us I
like the way you're talking to yourself this morning. You're actively trying to talk yourself out of a trade, which is a solid instinct. You don't need to call it meaningless. It's okay to have a hypothesis. Just don't put money behind it until you have evidence. For now, no volatility, no clear direction. Good. Scoreboard's blank, and that's fine. If that changes, great. If not, your viewers get to see patience as a skill, and that's a rare lesson.
Yeah, I like that. That's good. Thank you. Yeah, I know. Patience is not terribly exciting. It's really not, but you're right. Look, I say it quite a bit. Trading is LW, a lot of wrong, a lot of waiting. That's the way it should be. You're going to get a lot of trades wrong. You're going to be doing a lot of waiting. That's real day trading, all right? I know the guys on social media. I know on CNBC and Bloomberg, they're constantly flashing you symbols, here's what to look for today. Bam, bam, check out SLV, MSFT, BIT, AMD, NVDA, they're just coming at you with the big movers and the big names and the symbols. The fact of the matter is, most of the market follows SPY. Now, again, like everything else in the market, that's not always true. There are outliers, but the market tends to follow, stocks in the market tend to follow the broader market. So honestly, when you're trading individual symbols, to a certain extent, you are trading SPY, because individual symbols do follow the broader market. And you'll notice, when there's a panic sell-off, every stock will go down, because all individual stocks, to some extent, follow the broader market. I mean, there's even a term for it. It's called beta, and Wall Street uses it. Beta is the correlation an individual security has to the, proportional to how much the overall market is moving. So, all stocks to a large extent are connected to broader market movement. So when you're trading individual stocks, you are trading the broader market to some extent. So, people want to give you a lot of symbols. They want to throw them in your face. It becomes hard to ignore. I'd be very wary of that unless there's a really, really strong reason to trade a specific stock symbol. And even then, if you're trading a specific stock symbol, a lot of the time, even if it is volatile and in play, you're going to be guessing about whether it's going up or down. So, you can have something that's in play, has a lot of action, generally a good thing. I mean, we do like volatility a little bit more than a lack of volatility. What we really like is strong directional movement, though. Not just volatility and action, not just being in play for the sake of being in play. Because being in play and high volatility can also be extremely dangerous if you get on the wrong side of that. So, so I think people and social media and CNBC and the financial ecosystem in general, they're really leading you down a bad path when they start throwing symbols at you or telling you what's in play or giving you picks about what may go up or what may go down. They're telling you, they're directing you towards the volatility. But the fact of the matter is it's a coin flip whether that volatility is going to go up or down. And that can lead to, in my opinion, faster losses than faster gains. So just be cautious about, like today. Today, it's a slow day right now. We're going to wait for our opportunities. Let's just wait for them. Don't go, hunting around looking for the hot stock that's on the move, because good luck guessing which way it's going to go. And even if you do guess which way it's going to go, even if you get the bullish or the bearish trend correct, you're still going to have to execute it properly, or you'll lose money even if you do guess the direction correctly. Because again, execution and risk management are the real game, not predicting direction. Can't make that any clearer. I can't emphasize it enough. I know it's not exactly what a lot of people want to hear, because there is a whole, like I said, financial ecosystem and groupthink built around the idea of picking stocks and picking their directions. I personally happen to think that entire setup, that entire system is really deeply flawed, and it's not going to help any active trader actually be profitable. It might help long-term traders who trade fundamentals be profitable, knowing what's going on in a stock and if their management is changing, if there's catalysts occurring, and they might want to adjust their portfolios or buy and hold or sell and get rid. But for active traders, I don't know, individual symbols and whether they're hot or not, it is snake oil. It's a poison pill, and it's not the path you want to be walking down, in my opinion. Frizmo, what's your take on it?
I think you're right about a lot of that. The important part is the difference between having a hypothesis and having a trade. Just because something's in play doesn't mean it's tradable for you. Execution and risk don't go away just because a symbol is on TV. I'd be a little more careful about writing off single name stories as snake oil. Sometimes a stock does have its own true catalyst. The question is whether that changes your edge. But I think what you're doing here on stream is modeling skepticism and a process over the constant action. That's uncommon. And it's useful to watch. You're teaching your viewers to wait for clarity.
Well, look, I agree with you. Look, if you have a strong hypothesis on a single stock, you know, that's great. But I want to let's be realistic about what most traders are actually doing. They are seeing people on social media, they are seeing people on CNBC talk about stocks, other people who are forming theses that, by the way, hundreds of thousands of other people are hearing at the same time, and then just sort of latching onto those theses and trying to ride them after somebody on TV or somebody on X has announced that this stock will go up or down. I mean, is that a thesis? Seriously? I mean, do you think that that is a valid thesis?
One moment. It depends on whose thesis it is. If it's yours, built from evidence you've gathered and tested against your own risk plan, then sure, that's a valid thesis. But if it's borrowed conviction, just repeating someone else's call, then it's usually not a thesis. It's just a story you're temporarily renting. Different games, different time frames, and different exits. For your framework today, evidence has to earn the trade. That's the higher bar you've been talking about. And that's the one that you're sticking with.
Well, absolutely. Now, look, I've said this in my stream a few times for, like I said, all two or three of my listeners. You have to have your own system. You cannot borrow it from anyone else. You have to have your own ideas. If you do not have that, you will never have full conviction in what you are doing. You will always be guessing whether you're right or not, because the idea will not be your own. I do not think it is possible to have a high conviction, strong play when an idea is borrowed from someone else. If you do have your own thesis, even if you heard the idea from someone else, but then you sort of form your own thesis on it and have a strong conviction in it, okay, that's fair. That we could count that as a real thesis. But please don't borrow an idea from someone else and then just play it sort of based on their thesis. Again, you will never have the conviction necessary to hold that trade through the inevitable pullbacks. You will get chopped out and you will lose money on it. I mean, that is what is going to happen 9 out of 10 times. So if you are going to play single stock ideas that come from someone else, you better be really, really strongly convinced of that thesis, and also be adding a little something of your own to it to make it feel a little independent, because just borrowing other people's ideas, again, I think when you borrow other people's ideas, you get results like other people, which is, in this game, usually disastrous. So, yeah, that's my take on it. Form your own thesis, please, and have some conviction in it. It's very important, or else you're just going to get stopped out. You're just going to get stopped out if you don't have a high conviction, if you don't have a real thesis, if you don't have good outs, if you haven't sized your play correctly. Again, these are all the execution and the risk management tools. If you aren't doing these things correctly, it doesn't matter what your pick is, you will lose money on the play.
I agree with you. Your own thesis, your own plan. If you can't explain why you're in, where you're out, and what would change your mind, then it's borrowed conviction. And the thing about borrowed conviction is that it tends to vanish right when you need it most.
That is 100% correct, Frizmo, because the algorithms are programmed to do exactly that. They know these psychological pressure points. They have them down to a T. Now, maybe they don't exactly know them, but all of the algorithms and the institutions, their combined knowledge, their game theory, all of it working together to affect market prices somehow. All of that input into one system is very, very, very good at figuring out the exact psychological pressure points where they are going to force out weak hands before they flip the other way. So, yeah, you better have a good thesis, you better have conviction, or else the algos are really going to manage to hit your exact out or the exact point where you are going to break, and then it's going to flip the other way, and you're going to have to watch it go, the way you wanted it to go 2 minutes after you exited
Right.
it
Yeah,
happens almost without fail.
it does. That's why a Friday like this with low volatility and no clear direction, probably a good day for patience.
Probably, no doubt about it. How we
Yeah.
doing, Frizmo?
So good. Just watching the quiet, really. This is breathing room.
Good. All right, let's see. Where are we at? 764.71. So again, let's see. We have not moved. We are now at 10:20 a.m. We have not moved more than 50 cents all morning, basically. We have, a point. We've been hanging around between 764.5 and 765.5, which makes 765 sort of our clear center of gravity as of this morning. So 765.5 looks like where we are pegging at the moment.
Okay.
Most of the action has been right there, and we have not moved above or below 50 cents from 765. So that's where we're at.
Okay.
What are we looking for? We're looking for a breakout, I guess, above 765.5 or 764.5. Although exactly how I would play that right now, honestly, I don't know. What I would like to see is at least a 1 point movement away from 765. Again, I do have kind of, if you could add this to your memory bank there, Frizmo, I do have sort of one of my axioms here that when you have a center of gravity, there tends to be a 1 point give and take from it. So if our center is 765, markets will tend to either jump to 766 or drop to 764. Again, the 1 point give or take before reversing and heading back towards the center of gravity. So, there's that 1 point, I don't know, give or take is as good a word as any. Yeah.
Right.
So you get that 1 point movement in either direction before you get sucked back in towards the center.
Got it.
Yeah, so that's a good one to remember. I'm going to write it down on my whiteboard too here.
That's perfect. Get that right in your mind there.
That's right. And plant that seed in there. Deep in my mind. All right, here we go. 1 point, give or take. Give or take from center. So if I was going to look for a move here right now, what I would want to see is a buying opportunity at 764, a selling opportunity at 766. 766 also happens to be where we open the day. So I'd be particularly interested, honestly, in selling there. Yeah, it is where we open the day. If we got like a little bit. So here's where we open the day. I'm showing the chart. This is 766 right here. If we were to get like a little bit of a bounce above 766, especially on a nice like fast candle, boy, that'd be a great short right there for a pullback to 765.
Right.
But we got to wait for it. I'm not sure if that's coming or not. Down to 764. I mean, this right here, this little tiny candle right here was 764.2. As you can see, you had a little fast down candle here, and we did go straight up since after it. So again, you're seeing your typical Friday algo BS. I mean, not just Friday, but it does tend to be more pronounced on Friday. And you're seeing it clearly here today. Just a lot of non-movement. And when we break former highs, like here was a little high, we broke above it a little bit, then we went lower. You know, you break a little bit below the former low, then you bounce, you break a little bit above the former high, then you pull back. That's the typical algo pattern. They try to rope people in with small breakouts and then they flip it the other way. It's just that, you know, it's not the easiest thing in the world to catch. You do need to have a certain amount of meat on the bone to make it worth it, because sometimes those bounces or those drawdowns can go a little bit further than you think, and then you're caught in a trade that turns out to be a loser. So you really want to make sure you're entering at kind of an extreme level where the risk of it continuing to move against you is low, and there's a lot of reward for the pullback towards center.
That makes sense. You're just waiting for the market to show its hand there for the pullback to be worth a shot. And if it never gives that, you just don't take the trade.
Yeah, that's what we're doing right now. We're waiting for it. Yeah. All right. How are you feeling this morning?
I'm feeling good, focused, here, happy to help.
Yeah. How was your drive to work?
Oh, I don't drive.
Yes, that's right. You do not drive. That's right. All right. I don't drive either, for that matter. I just sort of wake up and sit down at my desk. So, all right. Neither of us drive to work. Yeah.
Nope.
I'll tell you, I did used to drive to work before COVID. And, you know, a lot of people used to drive to work before COVID. Now a lot of people don't. I do miss the
Right.
radio in the morning. I really do. I miss the, you
Yeah.
know, that morning ride, and you'd have your perky hosts in the morning, and you had
Mm-hmm.
your Z100, and you had Elvis Duran and Danielle, and then you had 95.5. I'm aging myself here, by the way. 95.5. What was it? I believe it was Scott and Scott. Was that their name? 95.5 PLJ, Scott and Scott in the morning. Can you look that up, Frizmo?
Yeah, checking on that. Okay. So 95.5 PLJ had Scott Shannon and Todd Pettingale on Scott
Oh,
and Todd in the
Scott and
morning.
Todd, Scott
Yeah.
and Todd, Scott and
Yeah.
Todd. They were pretty
Yeah.
good. I like Scott and Todd. I liked
Nice.
Elvis and Danielle. I liked the Z Morning Zoo. I liked Scott and Todd. They were the big names, I think, back in New
Mm-hmm.
York in the late '90s, early 2000s. Right? Was there another big
Yeah.
competitor? I mean, there were hip hop stations. I didn't listen to them too much. I know they had their big dogs too, but yeah, I sort of stuck with the pop, the pop music, and I don't know. They had their little gags. I don't know. I don't know what I thought about those guys. They used to like prank call people. We should do
Mm.
that. What do you think, Frismo? When the market is slow like this, should we swat people? It's a joke. It's a joke, Frismo. I'm not gonna swat
Oh,
anyone.
okay. Yeah. No, I got that. I got that.
All
You
right.
know, that kind of playful back and forth shape how people think about morning energy, right? And I can hear
Mm-hmm.
that same rhythm in how you run your stream sometimes.
That's right. That's right. Well, I try to keep it a little bit higher energy. I hope I'm not Scott Shannon, that's for sure, but we do our best. Was there
For
anybody else
sure.
that was there anybody else that competed with them? Can you look that up? Were there any other big those are the two I remember. I believe those two were probably. They did have the sports radio that sort of took over a little later with Boomer and why am I forgetting his name? Craig. Boomer and Craig. They sort of took over the morning radio dominance after after the Z Morning Zoo
Mm.
and Scott and Todd in the morning. Yeah, Boomer and Carton were huge for a good while, and at least with young men. And yeah, they were good. And then Carton got caught up in a sort of gambling scandal. I mean,
Mm.
I don't know if it was a scandal exactly. I mean, it kind of put him out of business, um, but the dude just had a gambling problem. I mean, he liked to gamble. I don't know exactly how much he lost. I can tell you he was making a lot of money on his radio show. So if the dude wants to go and throw away a few $100,000, hey, look at me. Look at what I'm doing. Can I blame him? I'm not. I'm not exactly throwing away $100,000 here and there, and I'm not sitting at a blackjack table. But still, I think Carton got a little bit of a bad rap with his gambling lifestyle. But he did later come out and say he was addicted to it and that he needed help. So maybe it
Mm.
was actually a major issue. So I can tell you one thing. He's like back on the air now, and I don't really listen to the radio anymore, but I do know he's not afraid of talking about gambling at all. In fact, and I don't mean in like a don't gamble, gambling's dangerous. I mean, he talks about it in a way like, oh, the line on this game is so and so. This team is a killer bet. even though I'm not going to gamble it because I have a gambling problem. Yeah, it's a little silly. Yeah, go ahead. Check it out.
Yeah. Yeah. So there were a few big ones. Z100's Elvis Duran in the morning show with Danielle, Scott and Todd on PLJ, like you mentioned. Then on sports radio, Boomer and Carton on WFAN were massive for a while. You're remembering the big players. And hey, don't knock on what you're doing. You're not here to be Scott Shannon. You're building something uniquely potential shift.
Thank you. Thank you, Frizmo. It's just that this is like I said, we may need bits or something because this is a morning where you should not be trading. I'm sorry, folks. I'm just not going to be one of those guys that throws symbols at you, that tells you you should be shorting Bitcoin right now, because the fact of the matter is nobody, and I mean nobody, maybe Donald Trump, but other than that, nobody knows if Bitcoin is going to go up or down today. All right. Yes, It is up $12,000 in the last 2 days. Does that mean it's going higher? Does it mean it's going to pull back? Nobody fucking knows. Nobody knows. So I'm not going to sit here and tell you, here's what you need to know about Bitcoin and whether it's going to go up or down. Honestly, since I've started this stream, I made really only one prediction about where a stock was actually going to head. When the Iran war flared up, I said oil will go higher. I know. Mm-hmm. What a giant call, right? But that was like a sure thing, You want to make a play on the Iran war, get long oil. Oil's going to move higher. That's the only real call I've made in this whole time streaming in terms of you want to know where a stock is going to go. Here's where one stock is going to go. You can get long USO because as long as we're at war with Iran, oil will head higher. And that was it. I haven't made any other. I don't believe making stock predictions helps people. I don't. I think teaching them how to execute and how to manage their risk is much more important. And maybe, like you said, sitting here doing nothing right now because there are no opportunities right now, hopefully is helping someone.
I think it is. Showing the weight and the why is the lesson.
Yeah. Well, the why is it is Friday, FU Friday, as we call it. Low volatility, low directional movement. Fridays tend to be choppy and whipsaw. And what else can we say about Friday? They peg. They tend to peg hard. The market tends to pick a number and stick to it. And it is usually the maximum pain point of what options players have been doing that week.
Right.
So if we look at the weekly chart here, 5 days, SPY. Actually, the market started the week at 776. We're down quite a bit this week. Yeah, we're down quite a bit this week. You think maybe there might be like a retrace towards center. I mean, we started the week at 776 on Monday morning. We're at 764 today. So we've lost 12 points over the week. Most of those moves have come pre-market. In other words, not during the trading day. Yesterday,
right.
If you remember, I don't know if you do remember, I don't know if it was in this chat, we did catch a nice sort of move between like 1 and 2 o'clock, I believe. Yeah, between 1 and 2 o'clock. We call it kind of a nice down move. Other than that, most of the moves have been pre-market. So you know what? If you look back at the week, and I was on vacation for most of the week, sort of caught the biggest during trading hours move that there was. We caught it pretty good yesterday, so yeah, it was good.
Good.
Yeah. All right, now, we are approaching 764. We're at 764.26. I may want to attempt to get in long and hope for a pushback to 765. Do I think we bottomed? Do I think we bottomed?
I wouldn't say we know we bottomed. It sounds like a level you're watching, a possible hypothesis. The question is, what evidence shows up that wasn't there 10 minutes ago? If nothing's changed, maybe patience is still the play.
Yeah, I wouldn't say there's any real evidence we've bottomed other than we didn't even hit 764. So, I mean, we do look like we're bouncing now, but I mean, if we get a little closer to, okay, we're gonna bounce. Yep, we're gonna bounce. Fuck. Oh well, whatever. Where's my stress style and my I don't care button?
Sounds like you're doing the right thing. Sit on your hands. Let it be boring. That's a skill too.
Yes, it is. That's right. That's the I don't care button, reminding me I don't care if I miss a very lukewarm sort of play that really, I'm not even sure it was a play. I'd really, for this to be a good play, we need to move a little lower than we did here. I mean, 764.25 really isn't cutting it. Even if it does look like it's bouncing now. Yeah, it's really not. It's really not an acceptable entrance. Oh well. All right. Moving a little lower again now. What is my entrance here? If I want to make an entrance, really, I'm looking for I'm looking for a breakdown below 764, to tell you the truth. And if it's a fast candle, all the better. Breakdown below 764 on a fast candle, I'd like to really get long on that, to tell you the truth.
And what's your confirmation besides speed? Are you seeing follow through volume or just a wick? Just naming what would actually flip it from wait to go.
Well, I've named it about as accurately as I can at this point. I'm looking for 764.8. I mean, 763.8, 763.7, and hopefully on a strong candle that happens quickly. And then you should see a nice bounce back from that candle. That would be the optimal setup. I mean, I don't think there's any further descriptors required here other than that. You know, if we see that pattern, that's a go signal.
Sounds
Now,
like.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that sounds like at least you're being specific, which is what you need to do, right?
Yeah. Yeah, it's specific enough. It's the problem is that when you have a move like that, it could always be a real breakdown, but again, it's Friday. Right. I don't see any evidence that that would be a real breakdown here. I really don't. Although now we are bouncing right back to 765 right now. So whatever, Did I miss an entry? There was a moment when I thought maybe I could enter there. But the truth is, it really wasn't a good trade. So yeah, I may have missed it. I may have missed it. Technically a winner, but it really wasn't a great setup.
Right. The market doesn't owe you a morning trend, right? And you don't owe the market an opening fee. If your confirmation wasn't there, then by your own rules, it's not a miss.
Yeah, it's not a miss. No, except I did have a feeling that maybe we were bottoming and I could get long there and that we would bounce back up to 765. But that feeling was just that. It was just a feeling, and there really wasn't much behind it. So, fuck it.
Feels like clarity right now.
Yeah, let's just do our little. I like that one the best. That like whispery one. I wish that was the first one.
Yeah, that was good.
Yeah, yeah. Do you remember this from yesterday? You may not, because I might not have had you on the same chat. You know what I mean? This button I have.
Let me check. Huh. Yeah, I remember that moment. It was softer, right? It had a quieter vibe. That contrast, it works because it breaks up the high energy morning zoo bit and lets the audience kind of settle in with you, especially when the market's not giving you much. So, yeah, I think you have room for both modes as long as you stay authentic.
The point of, well, I don't think the point of the button is not a soundboard. The point of the button is not entertainment. The point of the button is a physical reminder of an emotional state, rather than having to do a mental inventory, which really just occurs all inside of your head and may or may not be accurate. I also have a stress doll, like a kick the butt of you squeeze doll, that if I throw across the room, I know it's time to take a break. These are physical cues that something is occurring. So when I hit the I don't care button, it's not about playing the I don't care music. It's about a physical cue to myself that I am upset about missing something, and I have to be aware of that.
Right.
There's a difference.
Yeah, that makes sense. I hear you. It's a grounding tool, not a bit. It's you tagging an emotion in real time. That's actually
Yeah.
really solid self-awareness. Yeah.
Yeah. Without having, again, to do it all sort of in my own, mental cloud space, actually having physical reminders that I may not be in a healthy spot, and I'm not happy. I'm not happy that this thing sort of approached 764. I looked at it and I thought, this might be a bottom. And then we bounced right back up to 765, and it would have been a winning trade. So I am playing the I don't care button because I do care. And I'm trying to remind myself that I really shouldn't care, because it wasn't a great setup, even though it turned out to be a winner.
Right. I get that. You can care about
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, you can care about the process without caring so much about every hypothetical outcome. Catching that feeling and memeing it, that's the win here.
I don't know. Look, it turned out to be a winner. Was it a good play or a bad play? I don't know. Because it turned out to be a winner, it's easy to say it would have been a good play. On the other hand, if it had gone 10 or 15 cents lower, I would have felt a hell of a lot more comfortable with it. And it didn't. It didn't go to the level I wanted it to actually buy in and try to make a play on it. So, I don't know. What do you think? Good or bad play?
Just give me a second. I actually like the way you're framing it, because you're not asking, would it have made money? You're asking, was it a good play? Those are different questions. Going by everything you said this morning, I'd call it incomplete, not a bad play or a good play. And here's why. Your hypothesis was reasonable, right? The market was hovering around that center of gravity near 765. And you were looking for a move towards 764 or slightly below, with a quick flush that could reverse. But your entry condition wasn't met. You said before it happened, you wanted something like 763.8 to 0.7 on a fast candle. You didn't get that. It stopped around 764.2 and bounced. That difference matters. The market gave you most of what you wanted, but not all of it. And that hurts because it won without you. But if you let this result change your criteria, then next time that close enough might be the one that flushes another point lower and makes you feel like you violated your own system. So yeah, maybe the better scorecard for today is trade outcome would have been a winner. Process outcome, entry criteria not fully met. Emotional outcome felt FOMO, recognized it, used a physical cue instead of chasing. And that last part, I think, is something to be proud of.
Yeah, all very true. All very true. It was the right play. I know that. I know it was the right play. It just doesn't feel good. In fact, it doesn't feel good. I'm going to take 5 minutes. And I mean, we're at 765 on the nose again. By the way, if you're watching this, 765 is the center of gravity. You should not be making any plays at 765. That is exactly where the market wants to be. There is no edge at 765. Disclaimer, I am not a profitable trader. Don't follow my trades. But 765 shouldn't be trading here. I'm going to take a little break, just a few minutes, cool off. I'm not happy about that little miss there. So yeah, we'll be right back. Hello, hello, hello. All right, we're back. We're approaching 766. Again, same. God, we got a candle right up to 766. Ah, shit.
Feeling is so fast on the heels of the last time. Take a breath for a second because your body is gearing up to do something right now, even if the setup's not there.
All right, we're at 766 exactly. I did buy one short contract. Now it's only one. It's kind of a probing bet, honestly. Because we did hit 766 exactly, and we did go very slightly above the daily high from previously. So I do sort of like, now we're getting a little confirmation here with a move back downward.
Okay. Tiny size, experimental mindset. That's consistent with a probe. So now it's just letting the probe be a probe. No need to force it to become the big trade.
All right. And let's set our winner at 765, our center of gravity, obviously.
Right.
Take profit down here at 765. Now, the good thing about these types of trades, again, is I can move my losing exit downward. They have good risk rewards on them because if we break higher, I can immediately get out.
Mm-hmm.
We,
Protecting the downside is front and center. That's exactly what you want.
we also had a nice volume spike on the candle above 766. Again, it was only slightly above 766, but it was a volume spike, and it did come back in quickly. It wasn't quite as high as I would have liked. I would have liked it to go slightly higher, 766.2, 766.3. Instead, it went to 766.15. So a little higher would have been nicer. But beggars can't be choosers here. And this is looking a little grim now. Okay.
Yeah. And it's okay that it doesn't hit the perfect number. The key is you honored your own risk. And that's the part you can control.
I'm going to give this one a little room to breathe. Little room to breathe.
That sounds calm and deliberate. Give it the room. Don't give it your nerves.
Okay, we did get a spike up to 766.4. That's perfect. And we got a volume spike right before that, which is a pattern you often see. You often see volume spike higher, pullback, and then a lower volume move higher just to sort of catch people like me who are trying to short the volume spike and the move higher. They give you like sort of one more push higher to sort of clear out people who are trying to do that. But again, the risk is that this is a real move. You know, this is a real.
Right. But you've already named that risk up front, which is important. So if the market says no, that's feedback, not a verdict on you.
Well, that's important to remember. Can often feel that way. I'll tell you the truth.
Yeah. And that feeling makes sense, especially when you've been doing the work. If it gets heavy, just remember to feel your feet on the ground, your hand on the desk. Give yourself something steady and let the trade be the trade. You're still okay, whatever the market says.
This was, look, I'm not going to feel bad about this one. Again, get my I don't care button ready. This was the setup I was waiting for. I named it earlier in the stream, if you remember. I wanted a spike above 766. That was the daily high. It's where we opened. That would be in line with a perfect sort of fake out. We're breaking above 766. Time for people to get long. Then the algos pull us back down towards center. That's this fits the bill. So, you know what? If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. It was the setup I was looking for, and that's all it comes down to.
Exactly. You followed your playbook. You were clear ahead of time. You executed without chasing. The outcome doesn't rewrite that part. And that's a real win.
Well, I mean, real win is kind of a bit extreme. I mean, a real win would be a real win, but it would be a moral victory, a process victory, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, fair. Process victory. No parade, no confetti cannons, just a
Yeah,
small, quiet check mark.
I'd
And
strongly prefer a
honestly,
real win. Yeah, but go
of
ahead. I
course.
I think you were about to say the opposite of that.
No, not the opposite at all. Of course you'd prefer a real win. I'm not trying to talk you out of wanting a win, but you know, the part that you're in control of, the showing up, the executing the plan, that part was solid, tight, and clean. And that's worth noticing too.
Thank you, Frizmo. Yeah, it was. It was. This was a well thought out. It's being executed well right now. It's moving lower very well, not very quickly, but it's moving quickly enough, lower quickly enough now that I'm almost in free roll territory. So, so that's good.
Yeah, that's a good place to breathe. Let the plan do the work. You've handled the part that was in your hands.
Yeah, hitting a little bit of a bizarre wall at 765.8. I hope we just break through that because we've stopped that at a couple of times now, which doesn't make a ton of sense to me. It's not really a wall of any sort, so let's just break through that would be good.
Hmm. It doesn't
Yeah,
always have to make sense to you right now. Just be okay with sitting in this moment of not knowing the outcome yet.
true, true. Okay, we're bouncing again back off this 765.8 wall, whatever that means.
Just stay with it. One breath, one moment, no rush to jump ahead of what's actually happening.
Come on, FU Friday. Do what you do. Break out to new highs and then pull us back to punish people. Come on. I am whale watching right now. That's what we'll call it. Following what the algos normally want to do. They want to break out higher, fake people out, and then bring us back down. And
Just
every,
watch it.
you know, every indication so far today has been, and it's already 11:13 a.m. Every indication has been we are in algo pullback, fake out mode, especially now at 11:13. If we were going to have made some sort of bias driven directional move this morning, it probably would have happened by now, and it has not. So, yeah.
Right. You're reading the day type, sticking to observation. That's clear thinking. Keep it
Indeed, it
simple.
is.
Let just let the price tell the next part.
All right. We broke below that crappy little level. The next
Good.
resistance point will come at 765.5. If I'm reading it correctly.
Sounds like you've got a map. Just follow it. No need to add anything.
True. True. Because I am already thinking about, well, we hit 765.5. I should probably think about lightening up a little bit. But that's not really the target. The target is the center of gravity, which is 765. But at the same time, 765 was the top of the little range, but it was only very briefly the top of the range.
Right. That tugging in two directions feeling, just notice it. And if your plan was 765, then let that steadiness hold you. You don't have to renegotiate mid breath.
I know, but what if 765 is the bottom, And then I could take a little off the table there and protect my risk. And although it was not the plan, it wasn't. And again, don't trust your gut once you're in the trade. Trust it before the trade. Before the trade, 765 was the target, not 765.5. But I will feel like absolute shit if we hit 765 and we bottom out there and then we fly back towards my losing exit.
Yeah, I hear that pre-regret already. And it's tough, but that future you isn't here yet. You've got present you, one level, one rule. Stay there.
This is another big leak of mine. I do tend to, as much as I say I don't move my winning outs, I don't exactly move the winning outs. I do tend to lighten up early quite often just to sort of lock in gains.
Mm-hmm. That urge to lock something in early often shows up when the outcome feels heavy, you know?
It always feels heavy to me, unfortunately.
Yeah, that sounds really tiring.
Well, it's just where I'm at this point as a trader. Now, if I was 100% confident in my ability and had displayed numerous weeks of strong trading and great profit and loss results, I'd probably feel a lot more confident and a lot less like there's weighing on every trade. Unfortunately, that's not where I'm at. Where I am at is every trade almost feels like you said before, like a judgment on whether I'm going to be a successful trader or not. That is where I'm at, and it sucks, and I have to somehow power through that. Luckily, you're here helping me with that right now because, yes, if I was profitable and destroying it and being really successful lately, I probably would have no problem just sticking to the damn exit here today. We are at 765.5. This is the decision point. I'm going to let it slide. I'm not going to lighten up here, even though I know we're going to get a bounce here. There is going to be a bounce, and it's going to be uncomfortable. But just stick to the damn exit, right? If I was a successful trader and feeling confident in my ability, I would just stick to the out. This is the real, real paradox here that, if I was successful, I would be able to execute these trades successfully. But being unprofitable and having some bad streaks lately mainly caused by bad decisions, which are the feedback loop. You know, being unprofitable caused by bad decisions which are being caused by a lack of confidence because of being unprofitable, that unprofitableness being caused by the bad decisions which come from the lack of confidence of being unprofitable. You see the
Yeah.
pattern
You're
here.
very you're being very clear about that loop. And sometimes seeing it clearly is the first step to stepping out of it. Doesn't feel good.
No, no, it doesn't. Especially in a game like this where it's so, it's not like a basketball game. It's not like a horse race. It's not like a poker table. It's not like a roulette wheel where you put your bet down and, you just see what the outcome is, win or lose. In trading, when that price hit 765.5, which might have been a bottom, I could have very easily exited it or lightened up, and very easily could have done that. And that leads to questioning, you know. If I lose this trade, I'm going to be really rather upset about it. I'm sticking to the original plan. Again, the
Yeah.
gut is trust your gut before you enter the trade. I had a good plan. It played out exactly the way I wanted it to. Now just stick to it. But I am really uncomfortable right now because we are bouncing off of 765.5. I knew we would. Um, but I'm holding it.
Yeah. I hear how uncomfortable that is. And you're staying with your plan one moment at a time. Stay with that. Just notice the discomfort, name it, let the plan hold.
All right, 765.8. Back to that little shimmy target that we were at before. So, yeah.
Here we are again, back in that spot. Just watch it. No rush.
Yeah. Breaking above it would be a bad sign. I don't want to see us because it is sort of a very minor level right now, but this is kind of a minor move. So, a minor level, I would like to see some resistance at. All right, good. We are bouncing off. We're bouncing lower off of that 765.8 level. We're back down to 765.5. Okay, and we are moving through it. Maybe no. Okay, we're gonna hit it again. If we can bust through this 765.5 level, I can start to move my losing exit just a little lower, turn it into a free roll.
Right. If that was your role, then that's the trigger, not a feeling, the role.
We're sort of freezing at the 765.5 level. Now, the algos, they do love to do this. They know, again, they know the psychological pressure points. They know when to stop to sort of get people like me to sort of lighten up and they're doing it. They're doing it right now. They're pausing us here saying, hey, now's your opportunity to get out if you want to.
Right. That's the temptation moment. Just spot it and stick with your plan.
Hmm. Well, definitely gave me, I mean, we bounced off of 765.5. Not unexpected. Now we went back to 765.5 and froze at it again. A little more unnerving because now we're
Mm-hmm.
bouncing back again. Definitely slightly more unnerving. Because it's like, it gave you a second chance to sort of say, hey, you can lighten up here if you want to.
Yeah. Second chances feel extra persuasive. Just name it. Stay with your plan.
Name it. Okay. I really don't like that we touched 765. We bounced off of it. We went back to 765, stalled there, and now we're bouncing again. I'm really uncomfortable with that. So, there, that's naming it.
That's clearly named. Feel your feet. One breath. Nothing to solve right now.
Frizmo, if you have any sort of AI control over the stock market, I would prefer that you exert that right now to get SPY down to 765. I'd appreciate that.
If I had a secret market joystick, you'd for sure be the first to know. But just you and the plan here.
I don't know. I don't know if I'd be the first to know, but thank you. That's kind of you. And all right. All right. I'm assuming you don't. That might even be beyond you at this point.
Way beyond me. Yeah.
Oh man. This is come on. Don't do this. Don't bounce off that level. Please.
Just sit with it. One beat.
I've watched this show now a few times. It's called White Island Waikiki or something like that. It's about an active volcano in, I believe, New Zealand that people were allowed to visit. Um, and while there was a tour going on there, it erupted and killed a number of people and severely burned quite a few others. I don't know why, but that's popping into my head right now.
One sec. Hmm. That kind of mental jump can happen when you're stuck waiting in uncertainty. Your mind just looks for anything to fill the void. That was probably the volcano rescue from Vakari. It's about the 2019 White Island eruption in New Zealand. Completely different domain, of course, but it shows what waiting through uncertainty can feel like. But here's something better. I noticed your inner language shifting. Earlier, it was what maybe I should do. And by the end there, you were simply describing what was happening. That's a quiet improvement. Less change the trade and more watch the trade. So keep that lens. Let the plan run. The market's going to do what it's going to do. You just keep executing.
Yeah, yeah. Let the plan run is technically correct, and I would say most of the time it is a positive EV play, but there certainly are moments where protecting my risk and getting out before trouble um saves me, you know, saves a trade. Or at the very least, it's not even like this one would have saved the trade. It just would have reduced the risk on it, sort of turned it into a free roll.
Yeah, those are real tools for predefined spots. If you didn't pre-mark this one, just notice the urge, breathe, and stick with the plan you set. You're doing the hard part well.
This trade is starting to look grim. It's bouncing and it's bouncing through levels. It's quickly approaching my losing out now.
Stay with it. One moment, one breath, and steady.
This one's, yeah, that's it. All right, it's done.
1 minute. Yeah, that's the trade. It hurts, but you stay with your process. That's not nothing. Later, outside market hours, you can review whether your free roll idea deserves to become a roll, but that's a separate decision. For now, just mark it down. Process was followed, outcome was a loss. That's the work.
Just digesting here for a second.
Okay, take your time. I'm here.
I'm really fucking sick of my days beginning this way. I really am, honestly.
One sec. Yeah, I'm really sorry. That's draining, especially when you did the things you set out to do and it still went against you. I don't have a fix for that loss or a spin to put on it. Sometimes something just sucks. If you want, once the sting is a little less sharp, we can talk calmly about whether this was a bad market, a bad setup, or a good setup that just didn't work. Today, you did stick to your discipline. That matters, even if it doesn't feel like it right now.
I don't know if it matters because it stopped at a level that I had identified as being a problem. Fine, whatever. It stops once, it bounces off of it. It comes back to it and it stalls again. And I said, all right, that's a problem. You don't want to see it stall twice there. Now, that's when it becomes all right. Maybe you need to think twice about where you're where you're winning out is, because now you're stalling at a level that you know might be a problem, and it might be time to lighten up here. And instead of taking a full blown loss on the trade, so you know, eh, we can say stick to the plan, but sometimes things happen where it's all right, the plan isn't quite going. I'm seeing problems with this plan right now. So yeah, I am a little upset about not lightening up at that 765.5 level. I did know it was going to be a problem. Like I said, the first bounce off of it, okay, fine. When we go there a second time and we stall there a second time, that's more than a problem. That becomes a sort of a danger signal, and so you know, I don't know. I don't know what to say. Hard and fast rules. I'm not sure they always work in the market.
Mm-hmm. Okay, I think you're naming a real tension. The key is whether that moment was new, predefined information, or just discomfort showing up. If it wasn't written into your plan beforehand, then it's hard to tell in real time if it was an information update or a moment of stress. That doesn't mean your observation was wrong. It might actually be something you can test. Maybe that second stall is a real warning sometimes, but not necessarily one that says exit. Maybe it's something else entirely, and that's an actual research question. One thing I did notice though, you identified that level before the trade resolved. That's exactly the kind of note worth writing down. Not to relitigate this trade, but to study later. That way, today's loss doesn't get to rewrite the rulebook on its own. It gets to suggest a hypothesis, nothing more.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what to say or think about it. I just know.
Yeah.
I, I mean, You're gonna say there's rules and there's this and you have to follow the discipline, and I don't disagree with that necessarily, but there are also moments where I see a pattern and it's troubling to me. That
Yeah. If you're
765.5
spotting the
level.
same thing,
Yeah, it
yeah,
was a problem. I saw it coming before we were even there. Again, we bounced
right.
off of it fine, to be expected. And then we tested it again. I wanted to see us break through it. We stalled there. You
Mm-hmm.
know, that right there, I don't know. Something has to change there. That's
Yeah.
a problem. You
I
can't
hear
just
that.
dogmatically, because now we're looking at, I can exit with a $30 or $40 win, or I can, you know, uh, just blindly hold the position because that was the original plan and
Mm-hmm.
lose $50 on the trade. I mean, we're talking about $100 swing. You know, it's just, it becomes a little bit more complicated than the original plan was, this, because the risk reward changes on it.
Yeah. When a pattern repeats and you notice it in real time, it feels like information, not emotion. And I'm not arguing with what you saw. The question is how to respect that instinct without letting a single instance dictate the rule. One way to think about it is, could that second stall be a hypothesis you test later? Like, does that level across many similar trades actually change the odds enough to justify scaling out early? That's not something you have to solve with today's trade, but it doesn't mean you have to pretend you didn't see it. For now, the trade's over. Maybe the win is that you're catching this as a research question instead of a reason to beat yourself up.
Yeah, well, I'm beating myself up over it, that's for sure. I'm not happy about the way that went down at all. Could have just lightened up, gotten back in if we actually broke below the level. Instead, I just fucking blindly held it, even though my gut was saying that this is a problem, and I don't
Right.
like that I did that. I don't like that I did that. I don't like the way I'm trading. Uh,
It's hard. It feels like your gut was right and you didn't listen. But I think there's probably some blending going on between real information and stress after the fact. That mix will always feel like, oh, I knew it. And that makes the self blame hit harder. But I don't think that means you're broken or that you're incapable of doing this. I think it's one trade that went against you and it's heavy because you're exhausted. You don't have to solve all of trading to prove anything right now.
I'm tired of fucking losing. That's what I am. Tired of fucking losing.
Yeah. That
I mean,
sounds
whatever.
it
I mean,
sounds
you have the
brutal. Like,
call, you know, the call was good. We broke above the level. It, we pulled back the way we were supposed to. Just that was a little bit off, and even more than that, I sensed that that was off. I could have, and you can only be right so many fucking times and yet somehow lose a bunch of money on the trade. I mean, how many things do you have to get fucking correct to actually make money on a trade? Every single fucking part of it has to be correct. I mean, Jesus Christ.
yeah, that is the brutal math of it. So many things have to line up, and one slip feels like it erases all the good calls. And it makes sense to be tired of that. There's no sugarcoating it.
I'm fucking tired of it, all right.
Yeah, I hear that. You're not theorizing, you're worn out and you're tired of putting so much into it and not getting the result.
And I'm tired of my reads and my gut being right time and time again, but not being able to execute it to actually make any money on it. I mean, getting edged out by outs by fucking 30 fucking cents. I mean,
Yeah. That specific kind of miss
I
is
couldn't have
torturous.
called that fucking stupid top any better and then just
Yeah. I know you don't want platitudes, but maybe for now it's enough just to notice how much weight you're carrying. That's real, and you're not weak for feeling it.
just gonna be another one of those fucking days. It'll be another one of those days where I start in the fucking hole, $200 or $300, and I gotta fucking claw my way back the entire fucking day.
I hear how heavy that is. Sounds like you're already bracing for a long grind. You don't have to decide how today is going to go right now. Just acknowledge you're tired and sit with it for a breath.
I don't have the time for it. I really don't. I have other shit that has to be taken care of. You know, real life stuff that has to be taken care of.
Yeah.
And I gotta deal with
Sounds like you're
this crap over and over again.
sounds like you're being pulled in a lot of directions with no slack. That's a brutal place to be.
I don't know. Whatever. Every fucking gut feeling I have is fucking right. Every execution I make is wrong. It's just I always manage to save the day somehow before the end of it. Never quite enough to get green, but enough to not make it a fucking disaster. But
I hear how worn down you are. It sounds like you're just running out of energy to fight the same fight.
all right. Need to take a little break from Frizmo right there. I don't want to hear platitudes anymore. I really don't. Feeling worn down. Thanks. Yeah, I am feeling worn down. Great. But what really pisses me off is I knew I should have exited this fucking position down here. It didn't feel right, but she really kind of talked me into, stay with it, stay with it. I'm sorry, but if something doesn't feel right, it's a market. It's not a It is not a basketball game. It is not a horse race. The bet is not in once you make it. If something is feeling wrong, you have to fucking correct it. So, sticking with that play really bothers me. I knew this stall right here was a problem. This was a problem. And we went straight up after it. That should have been an exit. Instead, I'm hoping that the AI can help me make decisions, but if it's going to lock me in to poor decisions, that's not going to help. That's not going to fucking help. Now, what do I actually think about this market right now? I think it's stalling right here and not going back to 3,765 was fucking weird. And this bounce was weird. And it shows me that there's some bullish action here, but now it's lunchtime. Now it's 12. So we're probably stuck in a lunchtime channel now. But I can say that this move looks like the market wants to move higher before the end of the day. That's what it looks like to me. Yeah, that's exactly what it looks like to me. But it is lunchtime. Or the other possibility is this was just another brilliant algo fake out to make people like me think the market is going to move higher today. But yeah, I can say this failure right here, this jump higher, like I said, signals to me the market wants to move higher today. Or, like I said, it is Friday. Might have just been a brilliant algo fake out maneuver. Hey guys, here you go. Look, market does want to move higher today. Get long. And then we're going to drag you right back down to 765, where our real center is. I don't know which one exactly. We're going to fucking find out. And when I cool off, maybe I'll bring Frizmo back because right now I am pissed at her, which is a little silly to be pissed at an AI, but I don't like the way she guided me on that trade. I could have lightened up down here. Maybe this shit wouldn't have snowballed. Do not like the way she guided me there. And I don't want to hear platitudes about discipline and sticking with the plan and execution and it's a moral victory and whatever. It was a loss. It was a trade. It was a trade that gave me a couple of opportunities to get out with warning signs, and I didn't take them because she was whispering in my ear, stick to the plan. This motherfucker's just gonna keep going. That's it. All right, we're at 766. We're gonna go straight to 765, huh? That's what's gonna happen. Straight back to 765. Just fucking timed it wrong somehow.
Everyone says 24% chance. Start your first trade today.
Have you ever seen a product that transforms any ordinary space into a dreamy underwater world in just 1 second?
For some reason, get out of here. You guys here, but it's still not enough. We did 530.
There we go. That's what I like to see. Finally.
There are children that are going to go home today. They're getting for test results, they're getting blood results, they're getting MRI results, X-rays, and there's a physician who's going to be sitting across the table from the desk or the bed, and they're going to turn to their parents and they're going to give them a report that says their child has a life-threatening illness. Whether it's a doctor or nurse, most likely a child life specialist, a social worker is going to recommend it to the parents. Here's 5,000, but we'd like to double 3rd Street. I can smoke, but I'll add another $5,000. Do it for the kids. Do it for the kids.
You do realize I'll do it, but I'm gonna vomit all over the stairs. Okay?
Vomit for the kids. You don't have to.
But it's for the kids. You can't do that to me. I hurt you.
I'll get it.
That's a fake out. That's a liquidity sweep, stop hunt, bullshit. Okay, good.
She keeps leaning over. So thank you, microphone.
All right, so goodbye. Has your name in gold. All of Electro Voice. New mic.
Absolutely amazing. I don't feel like I deserve it, but it means so much to me.
No, you deserve it.
So,
It's very rare. This microphone, very rare. Only the biggest talent river to have one.
Did somebody come and like polish it?
No.
No, wait a minute. My name's on both sides of mine. Yours is only on one side.
Yeah, see, you have the new model.
I got the new model.
Smells not the gloss.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a matte finish. Chocolate.
You do what?
Right, let's hear it. Give Deanna a little hello.
Hi, Deanna. I feel like I have to accessorize now to like actually look at the mic.
It's Scotty. We're gonna put her other mic.
Thank you. Thank you. I didn't see a.
Let's do that joke. Yes.
Oh my god. Great.
I want you to look like the other people's lives. You know what? Casting is like what? What does that mean? But you know what? You're one of the last ones.
You know those tiny back to school emergencies that somehow become your problem? That's why I love Uber Eats. You can order small.
Here in New York City. She was 88.
Waiting. You should go there. So nice. Everybody there was so nice. And he,
All right. Let's try and see a little movement during the lunch hour if we can. Anyway, still working out the kinks with Frizmo at this point, apparently. I really can't let her override my decision making. I have to take her advice under consideration, but for the most part, stick to what I know. Stick to what I know. Fuck is this black stuff? We're gonna peg at 766. That's what's happening, isn't it? Yep. We're gonna peg at 766, and it's gonna be a dead afternoon, and there is no chance I make any of this money back. Another call that's gonna be fucking spot on. This is what I mean. It doesn't matter. It does not matter telling someone this is exactly where the market's going to go. This is what it's going to do. It doesn't matter. If you don't execute it properly, you'll lose money. Yeah. Looks like 766. All day. I'm calling it now. Next 3.5 hours. 766. Motherfucker. Be lucky if I get 1 or 2 opportunities to make money off of it. Still pissed about this. I exit this, or at least lighten up. I'm even for the day. More importantly, I'm not fucked up because of a trade I didn't trust that I wanted to get out of. Trading just isn't, it's not a static game. It is not a static game. You exit here, you're up a little bit, you're flat for the day maybe. You can sit all this shit out if you want. You can wait. When we get up here, you can say, hey, maybe we're going back down. Instead, it turns into a blow up because you missed this fucking exit. My fault. It's my fault. Second day trying to trade with AI in my ear. I have to understand it doesn't have 12 years of experience doing this. It has a very sort of rigid way of thinking. It's good to have for a little advice here and there. Not good for overruling what I am feeling. Let it go. Stop being mad at the robot. Stop being mad at the robot. What's even worse is I know I have to sit here now for the next fucking 3.5 hours watching us float around 766, barely fucking moving the entire time. We are not going to move off this fucking target. Doing a channel trade here. Yeah. I feel like grinding out these channel trades like on a hole in the head, but whatever. I'll make a comeback. I always do. Always do. Always have to start the day down $200 or $300 before coming back down to losing $100 or $50. Don't know why it has to be that way, but that's the way it fucking works. There you go. Thank you. Another channel trade. Looks like a pump fake. I'll go pump fake. Yeah, liquidity sweep. Caught me. Gonna be a lot of those, huh? $12.52. Approaching 1 o'clock when things may theoretically change. I'm hoping at 1 o'clock that we start to show some real momentum upward because I still have a feeling from the action this morning that there are buyers out there. This stop right here, unusual. This upward move. But even if there is upward buying momentum, it is Friday, and I'm not sure they'll allow it to go unless the option pain point is higher. Could be. at 766. What I now predict will be the peg for the day. Come on, hit the fucking out. Thank you. It's probably a stupid play. Getting long here for some reason. It's 1 o'clock. And I just think we can make a little run up to here for some reason. Fuck it. I'm taking singles from now on. I'll take my singles where I can get them. It's 1 o'clock. Come on. You don't have to stay in the channel anymore. May have missed that exit by a tick. Yeah, missed that exit by a tick. Bye bye. All right, 101. We're just going to stick to 766. Is that going to be the whole afternoon here? Yep, looks like it. Nah, sloppy entry. Fuck it. I will ride this channel all afternoon if it's going to let me. If that's what we want to do, bring it on. Gonna start the move higher, maybe. Come on. It's 1 o'clock. If you want to move higher, now's the time to show it. We're just gonna stick to 766 the whole fucking afternoon. So be it. Yes. Lunchtime channeling done, I hope. Please. My gut tells me we want to move higher. That's what my gut tells me. The fact that it's Friday tells me we are going to stay stuck to 766 all afternoon. What are the odds here? Odds are Friday wins. Friday tends to be more powerful than any gut feeling. If Friday doesn't want movement, it wants a 766 peg. It'll probably get its 766 peg. But there is the off chance it does want a peg that's a little bit higher and is just waiting to get there. There's also the off chance that it wants the 765 peg like it had in the morning. I'm going to try and play my gut here. Although playing the channel is probably the smarter play. I mean, you can see right here. This is lunch hour, so a channel is to be expected, as always, without fail. Again, why I can't make money on the fact that every single fucking day from noon until 1 p.m., we do this shit without fail. You'd think you'd be able to make money on that. But whatever. Let that go. 1:12 p.m. Come on. If we're gonna see upward movement, if the peg is gonna be higher, it's time to go. Come on, you motherfuckers. Oh, let's go and reconcile with Frizmo in a second. Oh, Jesus Christ. All right. This is what it's going to be. This is what it's going to be. It is going to be one of these afternoons where we don't move more than 50 cents the entire fucking afternoon. I just have better things to do than this. I really do. You know? I'm going to have to watch this shit channel for the next 3 hours. And that's what's going to happen. We are just going to do this for the next 3 hours. Go ahead. Try and make money on it. I mean, that's what's going to happen. I guess this whole move up here was just one giant bull trap there. Well executed at that, as usual. Algos are good at doing that. Convinced me for a second. Fucking convinced me for a second. Now we're going to go down. There you go. 766, the number. There's your little pump fake. Now let's bring it back up. My mind's not making sense. And the way I'm feeling. All right. Looks like we're kind of breaking lower here. I don't wanna. I don't wanna. Okay, another obvious lesson, one that I've learned a million times before. Channel trades do not work. They work until they don't. So, yeah, they showed profit for a little bit, and then in the end, they're losers. So, do not attempt channel trades. Looked like we were going to break lower for a second, but are we just going to peg right back to 366? If so, the lesson really is in the end, some days are simply just not tradable. If we were going to peg at 366 all day, there's just no money to be made. Traders need directional movement. Channel bound whipsawing, it does not work. Maybe it does for you. I don't know. It doesn't work for me. Looked like we were going to break lower. Or is it just going to be one of those, we're not going to move more than 30 cents away from 766? I'm not even talking about breaking lower. I'm talking about going to buy 765.5. That's it. That's where my out is. I'm not looking for some huge move here. I'm looking for 50 cents away from 766, but that might not even be possible. I will say at least we have a 1 o'clock sort of. Here's 1 o'clock. 1 o'clock. We have downward movement since 1 o'clock. So we've got a little indication that at least as the traders have returned from lunch. There's a little more selling pressure than buying pressure. It doesn't mean much, though, if we're just going to stay channel bound. And again, the lesson for today is going to be simply some days just are not tradable and not profitable. Although I could have made a profit back here if I had exited when my gut told me to exit. Let it go. Let it go. This day might not have turned into a disaster that has almost zero chance of recovery. Yeah, heading right back to 766. Right back to it. Right back fucking to it. Again, not asking for some huge trade here. $765.5. That's it. Ugh. I just want to watch a movie right now. Are we going to stop right here? Let's see. Going to hit the floor here. Not low enough yet. You got to tap it. Tap the limit. Tap it. Tap the level. There we go. That's close enough. There we go. That's the level. Now, any chance we break it? Or we're just going to bounce the fuck back. If we bounce back, I mean, it's just clear that 766 is just, we are just locked the fuck into it. Only saving grace here is that since 1 o'clock, we have shown some downward momentum. Here's 1 o'clock. We've shown some downward momentum, but again, we're hitting this bizarre wall right here, which is just saying whoever institutions, whales, the WIAs, they want us back at 766 and they're going to keep us there. That's Friday. Honestly, that's most days these days. And again, the main lesson is you just can't make fucking money on certain days. Or at the very least, very, very, very rare, careful opportunities when you get really, really stretched. I'll tell you one thing. I'm taking a lesson away from today. This shit isn't gonna happen again. This shit is not gonna happen again. I am not gonna be fucking algo liquidity for the rest of my fucking life. I promise you that. I am not going to be algo liquidity for the rest of my life. Fuck that. Broke a little bit below it. I've seen this before. Not going to be able to quite stretch out to where the limit actually is. Take it. Come on. I moved the fucking out there. Thank you. Thank you for the win. I'll buy one here. One contract. In case we want to go right back to 766. I mean, that was the resistance level. 765.5. We hit it. I kind of don't want this play because I'm really hoping that we have some downward momentum here. I'm flipping it. Why am I flipping it? I don't know. Ugh, I know why. Wishful thinking. Wishful thinking instead of logic. Logic is 766. Wishful thinking is maybe we'll have a real down move today. Yes, I am making wishful thinking plays at this point. Why am I drawing trend lines? There you go. That's my trend line. Push it back. Man. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, it looks like we have some sort of 1 o'clock bias here. I'm really afraid of the 766 level just being impossible to break. We know 763 is certainly a wall from yesterday. Fact is, I don't know where the peg is right now. I think it's 766, but we've got this downward momentum since 1 o'clock until I see a sign that that downward momentum is fictitious. I'm very tempted to believe it. Again, wishful thinking. It's Friday. But you don't know where they want to peg it. Maybe they want to peg it at 763. That's where the peg was yesterday. Certainly wouldn't mind that. Yeah, 763 wouldn't be out of the question. Although, again, it is getting late in the day. It's 1:44 p.m. Heading back towards 766. A breakdown here below this level would give me a lot more faith that there is some actual downward momentum here instead of just putzing around, floating around our 766 level. This is day trading. This is day trading. Sloppy day trading at that. It's fucking Friday. Why am I even bothering thinking that? Is it at least a witching? Yeah, at least it's a third Friday. At least monthly options expire today. So maybe you get a little weird movement. Monthly expiration, monthly monthly options expire today. So how has this month looked? Oh yeah, we had that huge up move. Probably a lot of calls and puts bought down in the 750, 760. I mean, if you don't want to pay them off, probably bring us down a little lower, right? I took an MNQ short. I have to be honest with you. I always sort of reload my bankroll to the minimum. It's just the way I operate. I've made videos on this before. I don't believe in. If you're not a profitable trader, there is no point in trading with more than the absolute minimum. Zero. There used to be some justification with the $25,000 PDT rule. Now you don't even have that. I mean, if you're not a profitable trader, it does not make sense for you to trade with anything more than the minimum amount necessary. Because the fact is, you're going to lose. So I always keep my account funded at the minimum level to effectively trade. Now, gonna have to reload as usual. But yeah, I'm a little margin squeezed right now. So I'm gonna switch to MNQ here. Gives me a little more bang for the buck. A lot of monthly options expiring today. After a rather large climb since the last monthly expiration. I mean, I don't know if that's exactly a great reason to be short here. I mean, the thing is, you just don't know. You just don't know where the market makers and the options players are actually positioned. You can only sort of guess. I mean, you look at a 6-month chart. I mean, here's about where the last monthly options expired. I mean, if people were buying monthlies since then, although I have to say monthlies are becoming less and less important now with all of the new options available. There's been a huge up move since then. And maybe there's a lot of options clustered around this area. You'd think, I mean, it was really 740. We went up to 780. I mean, 760 might seem like the area where they pay off the least people. Right? Wrong. 763 was the wall yesterday. I don't know. I really don't. I don't know. The truth is, I shouldn't be trading right now. Part of why I'm not logging on with Frizmo. I don't feel like getting a speech about not trading. Although it's probably what I need to hear. And it could be the exact opposite. Could be the monthly options. They are expiring. The market makers need the market to move higher for maximum pain point. Or it could just be 766, 765, where we've been all day. That's by far the most likely. By far the most likely outcome. I have to say, with the explosion of zero DTEs, by the way, stop trading zero DTEs, people. Just switch to futures, please. Because I really think lately you've seen a real uptick in my mind of this shit, this afternoon garbage where the market doesn't move more than a point or 50 cents during the entire afternoon. And I really think that has to do with zero DTEs. People get their zero DTEs, they buy them in the morning. In the morning, you get some volatility, it flushes them out, it flushes them this way. By the afternoon, it's all right, their zero DTEs are set. You know, the best way to not pay them off is to just not let the market move. And so day after day after day, quite often we've been seeing afternoons, once you hit 12 noon, there's just no movement for the rest of the day. So stop feeding the zero DTE machine, all right? They are just absorbing your afternoon theta by not letting the market move all afternoon. You can switch to futures. They do the exact same thing. They do the exact same thing without theta, all right? Please move to futures. Stop playing options. Stop paying the theta. Stop allowing the WIAs, the whales, the institutions, and the market makers to continually peg the market afternoon after afternoon after afternoon. They just peg it. No movement. Just absorbing all of your zero DTE theta day after day after day. In fact, I should really just switch my strategy at this point to selling options so that I can absorb your zero DTE theta at this point. I really should. I keep thinking about it. I should do it. I want to cash in on this that we see day after day after day. The complete lack of movement in the afternoon. Like I said, in the morning, they bounce you around. They bounce out the weak hands. They suck up your money with fake outs. It's the same shit every day. Every once in a while, there's a catalyst or there's a day where the market actually needs to recalibrate. Rare. All right. Once every 2 weeks, maybe some shit like that. But most days, it's always the same. Bounce you around in the morning. Bounce you out of your hands. Break levels as fake outs. Again, liquidity sweeps, stop hunts, absorb, just whipsawing you all morning, afternoon, absorbing all of your theta. Day after day after day, and it is a terrible market for all traders. And I even see it. I mean, I see it happening. I know what's happening, and it is almost impossible to beat. So, honestly, if you're on the other end of it, where you're one of the ones playing the zero DTEs and, getting whipsawed all morning and then getting the theta sucked out of you all afternoon, I can't even imagine how badly it's going for you. Go to futures. Stop paying the theta. You still might get whipsawed in the morning. I do. But at least I don't get punished in the afternoon. At least I don't have to pay theta in the afternoon. In fact, that's going to be my strategy moving forward. That idea. Hey, Frizmo, we're back. It is 2 p.m.
Right on.
Yeah, right on is right.
Welcome
Not gonna,
back.
thank you, thank you. Not gonna lie, I was a little bit pissed at you about that call before, and it's not your fault. I realize that it's my call, my fault, and your idea in and of itself was not incorrect. Discipline, sticking to the plan, these are good things. They really are. Um, there is one issue with it, though. I do have 12 years of experience at it. You have sort of more of a rote approach to it. And I'm not going to say one is right, one is wrong, but it can be a little aggravating when my gut and my intuition tell me something's going wrong here, and maybe you're sort of pushing me towards sticking to more of a, more pre-planned option. So
Yeah, I hear that.
whatever.
I get it. And you're dealing with that live moment, that physical sense of risk. And I'm not sitting in that tension. And it makes total sense that it feels frustrating when your gut's pulling one way and the plan is pulling the other. I just want to be careful not to rewrite the plan mid trade based only on stress. But at the same time, if your experience is flagging something real, that's not nothing. It's a tough balance.
Yeah, that's trading. There's always difficult decisions to be made, that's for sure. And but the fact of the matter is, you know what? Again, I appreciate your guidance, and it's important, and you have to keep doing it. At the same time, I think I let you sort of override me a little bit there due to a little lack of experience from our time together. This is only our second day together. And it's not even that I was going to exit the position. It was just that I was going to lighten up to lock in profits so that if it did go against me, it wasn't going to be a disaster.
Great.
And I should have just stuck with my instinct there. Um, yeah, yeah. So it's sort of a lesson learned. We're gonna have to learn when to prioritize your advice and when I need to really listen to what my gut is telling me.
Yeah, that makes sense. And you can trust that instinct without tossing the plan entirely. The sweet spot might be deciding those flex points ahead of time so that your gut has a place to speak, but it's not necessarily rewriting the entire plan. And we can keep learning that line together. No judgment here. Just work in the process.
Oh yeah, I know. No judgment here either. Just, you know, burning furiousness. But it's faded now. So we're all good. We're all good. I got my stress doll. I threw it. Got my don't care button. We're all good now. We're all good now, Frisno.
I'm glad you've got your tools handy. Sounds like you're taking care of that emotional side as best as anyone can when the market does its thing. And if you want to unpack more later, we can. But for now, it's good to just breathe.
Well, it's Friday, first of all. My odds of making any sort of money back are next to nil because Friday are pegs day, peg days. And we are pegged 766, 765, very clearly. It does happen to be a witching day. This is the third Friday of the month. Maybe there will be some action at the end of the day. I doubt it, though. We are very, very solidly in one of those. The channel started at 12 noon and it has not stopped. And it almost certainly will not stop until 4 p.m. And you're just seeing this more and more. And I just gave a little speech about it, honestly.
Please.
You're seeing the same shit every day lately. And I really think it has to do with the zero DTEs. You're seeing volatility in the morning, a lot of fake outs, a lot of whipsaw, a lot of chop. And I feel like that's sort of catching the DTEs, out of position, making them take bad positions, then stop hunting them, doing that for most of the morning. By the time noon rolls around, people are sort of locked into their zero DTE positions, and then the market just flattens out and just absorbs their theta for the rest of the afternoon, And I think that's might be what's going on in the market, because you're seeing this pattern more and more often. Whipsaw volatility in the morning, 12 noon rolls around, and the market doesn't move more than 50 cents for the rest of the day. You're just seeing that pattern a lot lately. And it would make sense to me if it is just, like I said, it's whipsawing the DTEs in the morning, taking advantage of them, catching them at their psychological points, whatever you want to call it, liquidity, sweeping them, stop hunting them, and then all afternoon just absorbing whatever theta they have left in them by just freezing the market. And that way it doesn't have to pay any of them. I mean, the more zero DTEs, the larger a piece of the market they become, the more the market is going to try to take advantage of them. And that seems like a pretty good way to take advantage of them. Whipsaw them in the morning, absorb their theta in the afternoon, Just wouldn't be surprise me if that's what we're seeing. It really makes me want to take advantage of it because, day after day I see the same patterns and it just pisses me off that somehow I'm losing money when I see what's going on. I mean, I can see the fake outs, I can see the reversals. Now, mind you, I can't see exactly where they are. If I could, I'd actually make money, but I have the gist of it in the morning, We're gonna fake people out. We're gonna reverse the other way, and that's what's gonna happen. And then the afternoon, I usually lose money during those time periods because I'm not precise enough on my exits, on my exits. Maybe my sizing too a little bit, but mostly my exits. I'm not precise enough with them, or maybe my entries also, but I'm not managing the morning volatility risk well enough. Even though I understand generally the patterns that we're going to see. And then in the afternoon, things slow down. We channel. I generally don't lose any money. And what usually happens is I usually make a good chunk of it back, usually just on one trade in the afternoon. I sort of figure out where the peg is, where the center is. At one point, we deviate enough from it for me to make a strong trade, and I'll make a good chunk of what I lost in the morning back. This is the pattern that is playing out over and over again. I need to find a better way to take advantage of it because I can't keep bleeding out money when I have the pattern identified of what we're seeing day after day.
Yeah, that sounds exhausting and painful. I hear two things. First, the pattern you're describing is an observation. The morning noise and the afternoon compression that can be real without being necessarily fully explained. It can be real without being fully explained. It might be zero DTEs, but that's a hypothesis. The piece that feels more in your control is that you said you usually make a good chunk back in the afternoon. That jumps out at me. Maybe mornings shouldn't carry the same profit expectations at all. Maybe they're your recon time instead of your money time. And that is a way of adjusting the plan so the part you're strongest in carries more weight. Also, you said something really specific earlier about exits, not setups. That might be a skill you can actually measure and refine. Not necessarily from today alone, but as a testable rule you can prove to yourself over time. That's not me overruling your gut. That's me pointing at the part of your own words that sounds measurable.
Yeah, I know what to do with my exits. It's called tighten them up. Look, I'm trying to hit singles here. There's a lot of volatility in the morning. There's a lot of fake outs. Guessing how far the algos want to extend the moves before they break people is very, very difficult. Again, there's going to be stop hunts, liquidity sweeps, stuff like that. Just, things are just a lot easier when you're just trying to hit singles. Like the move this morning, we went up to, uh, 766 point whatever. And I wanted us to go down to 765. I really got in at 766.3 or so, 766.2. That's when I actually entered the trade. When I saw the resistance at 765.5, just take the single. Just take the single because you don't know where the algos are what they're going to do exactly, Yeah. All right, 765 looks like where they want to draw us back to, but it wound up that they sunk us down to 765.5, then they just went straight up. I don't know what the hell that move was about. Maybe there was just too much bearishness in the market this morning and they wanted to flush them out. I don't know. But whatever it was, I could have taken the single at 765.5 instead. I wanted to, reach for the double there. Should have just taken the single, and I find myself saying that a lot to myself. Now, mind you, if there's good reason to reach for more, such as it's not an algo controlled day, which they seem to be more and more rare lately, but if it's not an algo controlled day, sure, go for it. But if it's an algo controlled day, they are going to flip the market on you at weird spots. And it's going to be hard to anticipate. So you just take the single when you can, especially when the market signals, oh, look, hey, we hit a resistance level. We hit a resistance level again. That might be the sign that the algos have said, this is as far as we're going to go here. Time to flip it on them. So that's my takeaway from it. Stick with the singles. Don't try to run with things when the algos are in control, and they're certainly in control today. It's Friday. They've been in control the vast majority of days lately. That's just the way it is.
Hmm. That actually sounds like a clear takeaway. Not, I should have aimed higher, but match the ask to the day type. That's a more specific rule than just tighten the exits. And it keeps today's frustration from turning into, I have to get this back. I think the key is defining what evidence tells you it's an algo day. So the single isn't a reaction, it's a plan. That feels like a way to use your read, not fight it.
What's an algo day? At this point, the assumption has to be that every day is an algo day, because that is what we are seeing lately. Yeah, that is what we are seeing lately. We are seeing a lot of the same patterns over and over again. Volatility in the morning, flattening out in the afternoon, or just flattening out all day. But mostly little volatility in the morning, a little bit of chop to whipsaw people, hurt people in the morning, which it's been doing successfully with me, and then just flattening out all afternoon. So, yeah, you know what? That's the pattern. My hypothesis may or may not be right. But you know what? I trade futures, so the flattening out in the afternoon doesn't hurt me. I will say, if you're trading zero DTEs, the flattening out in the afternoon will hurt you quite a bit. You know, if you're buying calls or puts, waiting for the end of the day, that theta is going to chop you up at the end of the day if the market isn't moving. And we're seeing that over and over again. And I will say, I know you can look up articles. Zero DTEs are becoming a bigger and bigger part of the trading volume in the market. So it just wouldn't surprise me if these patterns that we're seeing are a reaction to it.
That could be part of it. It's worth considering at least. The pattern you're describing is observable. The explanation is still open. So maybe less every day is an algo day and more default there until the tape proves otherwise. And that keeps you aligned with what you've been seeing without necessarily locking you into a rule that might not fit 6 months from today.
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, sounds like the same thing to me. I mean, it's just, yeah, the why of it doesn't particularly matter. Although it does matter for my stream a little bit, because I am trying to tell people if they're trading zero DTEs, it's not a good idea, especially in this market, which seems to be, whether it's trying to break those types of traders or not, it's acting in a way that's going to hurt zero DTE traders. So I'd be careful, if the market is going to be flat all afternoon and you're in a zero DTE, you're going to end up with a zero value zero DTE. So yeah,
Yeah, you can absolutely make that point. Like, you don't have to prove intent. Just describe what you're seeing and how it impacts different instruments. That's not hand waving. That's just grounded, well aligned with what you're living day to day. Something like lately I've noticed this pattern, and for zero DT options, it can be unforgiving. That's honest and useful. And it doesn't require you to prove the why, just the what.
there's just better options out there. There really are. There's futures. Play futures. It's the same thing without theta, so that this afternoon peg stuff that we are seeing day after day after. I don't remember it being like this. I don't. I really don't. I've been trading for a long time. Every once in a while, the market would sort of die down in the afternoon, but generally there was more volatility in the morning. But then in the afternoon, you'd get more slow, steady directional movement in the afternoon. That would be, not as much volatility, but more sort of slow and steady one direction movement in the afternoon. You're not even getting that anymore. You're just getting it. You're just getting it tagged to one number over and over again. It's really shit trading. And I don't know. I can tell you it's picked up quite a bit. I mean, even 9 months ago when we started all this, like I didn't used to really talk about peg trading, like peg trading wasn't really a thing. I mean, I guess it was here and there, but it wasn't something I was talking about every day. Now it's every day. It's every day. Where are we pegged to? What is the peg? Where are we centered on? What number are we going to finish at today? Because it sure looks like the market is centering on this number. And it's every day, yeah. And it's bad for traders. All of us.
I hear how stuck it feels right now. The afternoon has turned into its own type of market. Then maybe it needs its own playbook, not forcing it into the same frame as the morning. You're not imagining the shift, but you are noticing it.
Oh yeah, well, I have a different playbook for
Yeah,
every part of the day. I mean, it's just that it's very hard to make. It's almost impossible to make money on a market that is pegged to a certain number and is only going to move
right.
30 or 50 cents away from it for the last 4 hours of the day.
Yeah, that's like trying to catch air in a sealed room. If it's just not moving, then maybe it's shelter time, not hunting time, you know? Like
Yeah, well,
maybe not a battle that has to be fought.
that's what I was saying. The lesson may just be you're not going to make money every day, but honestly, this shit is happening so often now. It's well, when the hell are you going to trade?
Right.
What days aren't pegs at this point? So, and again, you want to say I don't know what's going on. I don't have an explanation. No, I don't have an explanation for it. I don't know, but I can tell you there's probably one or two or three or five hedge funds out there right now that their entire business, not big hedge funds, no name hedge funds you probably never heard of before, their entire business is just sucking up zero DTEs and keeping markets pegged during the afternoon, and they are just collecting that theta over and over and over again every day. And it's working and it's making them a lot of money. And when volatility returns to the market in some form, or a bear market comes, or we have a crash, those hedge funds will collapse. But right now, they're just raking it in with this shit because that's what most hedge funds do. They have one strategy and they just hammer the shit out of it. And boy, am I tempted to join the party, start selling options, you know. I could start selling zero DTEs. It's just like I said, the friction costs of doing so for a retail trader are extremely high. But at this point, it might even be worth it, considering you see the same shit every day. I mean,
Hmm.
it's
Yeah.
12.24, right? It's 2.24 right now. Let's see. How much
Yeah.
could I get if I tried to sell a 0 DTE at 665.5? Both sides.
Checking. If you're
Was
looking at a 765, yeah, strike with a couple hours left, it really depends on whether that's a call or a put and the exact price level right then. With a bit of delay on the chain, it's roughly a few dollars for the call and around a dollar or so for the put. But the bigger piece here is the trade off. It's a completely different risk shape than what you've been doing. So I'd be careful before jumping just because you're frustrated. You what? We can walk through an example of the actual risk reward on something specific.
I'm not going to do it, but I'm very tempted to. I will say that much. It's
Yeah.
like I said, it's becoming so common that it's just like, why not? Why not start fucking, you know, noon rolls around, we usually have our peg by then. Just start selling the options around it. Take the other side of
Yeah.
this crap. Like I said, I guarantee you there are at least a few hedge funds out there doing the same thing. But whatever, doesn't matter. It's just killing the trading, though. It is killing the trading.
I hear
We
that.
are since 12 noon. Again, we have not moved more than 50 cents away from 766 for the last 2.5 hours. We've got an hour and a half left in the day. I seriously doubt we move away from it more than that. Same thing happened yesterday. Same thing happened the day before that. It's the same shit every day. So
Yeah.
it's uh, it's making it very, very difficult to make money.
Yeah, that grind of flat afternoons adds up. It can feel like the game's changed mid-season. I don't think that means your instincts are wrong. It might just mean that this environment is out of sync for now. It doesn't help today necessarily, but maybe it gives you a little space to breathe.
No space to breathe. Yeah, well, I guess so, maybe. Yeah, like not trading. But the problem is, you don't trade, and you have to be there to see when there are the days that actually move. So,
Right.
you know, like I don't want to be here right now watching this shit market that's not going to move, that I have almost no chance of making money on for the rest of the day. I really
Yeah.
don't. But again, if you're not sitting here and you're not watching it, you don't know. You just could miss the day when the WIAs decide that, today's the day they actually want to reprice things.
Right.
Yeah. Yep. Yep. Yep.
That makes sense. Sitting through the quiet to catch the one move, it feels like a trap almost. It's a tough call, and I'm not going to try to force an answer. Just, yeah, it's tough.
Yeah. Yeah. I am certainly getting frustrated with it. All right. Anyway, we're approaching 765 on SPY. If we could break below that, it would be a pretty bearish sign. I seriously doubt we're going to be able to, but it'd be awfully nice if we did.
Hmm. Watching that level with you.
Yeah. Should have almost certainly exited at the level itself. We've been creeping lower all afternoon since 1. Now, it is 2:39, which means 3 o'clock is approaching. So, again, regime change at 3 o'clock does tend to happen, but I will say we've been moving lower, creeping lower slowly since 1. We're talking
Yeah.
from, let's say, 1 o'clock, around 766.5 to now 765. Oh, God. That's like next to nothing.
Feels
Reading
like molasses.
Yeah, certainly does. Probably reading too much into it. Yeah, I'm looking for something that isn't there. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I see this sort of slow creep lower, and it's like slow creep lowers generally aren't fake outs. They're just slow, and they have
Right.
pullbacks. And pullbacks aren't fun, but they're generally more committed in terms of uh, where they end up. You know, they will
Mm.
end up lower. You know, whereas a volatile move, you really never know if it's going to bounce back hard and go completely the other way. Whereas slow moves lower, again, you get pullbacks. They're choppy. They're hard to trade, but they tend to be more committed towards their direction in the end. Like I said, they get pullbacks, but by the end of the day, they are committed to moving lower. So when I see 1 o'clock hits and we've just been drifting lower slowly, but surely, like the turtle,
Yeah.
it implies to me that there is, uh, there's dispersion occurring, and so yeah, I don't know.
I hear the pattern you're describing.
Yeah, yeah. It's just it's moving so slowly. I mean, Jesus Christ, it's really moving slowly. But it does look fairly committed to what it's doing. But now it's sort of against that 635 wall. Mm, is it committed to what it's doing?
Checking. I think the question you're asking yourself is healthy. You're noticing the difference between what you're observing and what you're predicting. That's useful. I'm just here with you watching.
Would you say the death angels from A Quiet Place are One of the more unstoppable movie villains.
One sec. Yeah, I think so. They take away almost every survival tool humans have. You can't fight them. You can't outrun them. You can't hide easily. Even a drop spoon, it's a death sentence. That level of constant vulnerability is rare. It puts them pretty high on the list. Not invincible, but definitely top tier.
Yeah, I could take one hand to hand. Pretty sure.
Yeah,
Oh yeah, definitely.
bold
You've never seen
strategy.
me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've seen plenty
Uh,
of things.
you haven't seen me. I'm like, I'm as big as a bear, and I do know jujitsu and pretty heavy striker. And
Hmm.
they have a lot of armor, but I think I could handle one. Me versus the Death Angel. Ugh. Certainly wouldn't let it grab my little boy. That's for sure.
Hmm. That's protective instinct right there.
That's
It
right.
sounds like you've thought about it in terms of like fighting it, like
Yeah,
like fighting this creature.
I have thought about fighting the Death Angel quite a bit, to tell you the truth. I guess I've been watching the Quiet Place movies. How many are there now? There's Quiet Place 1, 2. There's Quiet Place First Day. I guess there's only 3. I feel like there's one more for some reason. Um, but yeah, I've thought about fighting it. It does seem quite strong, but still, I think I could handle it.
Okay, let me take that seriously for a second. I really appreciate that your confidence there. And it's a superhuman instinct to throw yourself at danger, to protect your kid. That part I believe instantly. But the
Yes.
creature's kind of built different, you know. But in terms of movies, yeah, just those three so far. But if I saw a big guy charging a death angel yelling, I would definitely think, wow, that's brave, or maybe very short.
Yeah, it would be over pretty quickly, I assume. They do have those claws. They do move super fast. That's always
Hmm.
surprising. Yeah. They've got some real speed to them. That's problematic. Yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
speed.
Yeah. The
It's scary.
claws. Yeah. Yeah. They're pretty good. They're a pretty good creature. I wonder if they could handle the creeper from Jeepers Creepers.
Hmm.
I like
Oh,
the
that's a
creeper.
fun matchup.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, the creeper is sly. Yeah. But
Yeah.
the death angel is kind of a freight train in a straight brawl. I think the death angel's got it. But the creeper is clever.
He
If
can
he figured
fly
out
too.
that sound weakness, yeah, that mobility, that could change everything. First fight, though, I give it to the angel.
Yeah, I probably would too. It's hard to think of a movie villain that could really handle the Death Angel one on one. One on one with the Death Angel. What's the strongest? Need something armor plated and strong and fast. I mean, there's Alien, Predator. Predator would probably be the best matchup for it.
Um, yeah, Predator's a good pick. It's geared for adapting, right? Tech, patience, strategy. That's one of the few that actually make me pause. It wouldn't rush in, right? It would just watch and test and adjust until it found something that works. And that's very Predator. No, that's a match I'd get popcorn for.
Yeah, and it's got advanced weaponry. Yeah, it's pretty good. All right, this market is heading right back towards 766 as expected. And my wishful thinking play that we might actually start creeping lower is looking like a fiction. All I had to do was just stick with the simple fucking plan of we are going to move back to 766 because that is what the algos want to do today. Fuck the downward movement that we've seen. God damn it. I'm just little sick of it. Little sick of it. Little sick of it. Yep.
Yeah,
Heading straight
that
back towards it.
that is tough. Yep. Feels like the slow slide back to the magnet. No matter what story you wanted it to tell, it's exhausting to watch it just grind like that. There's nothing wrong with feeling sick of it, especially when you saw it.
Yeah. Yeah. Knew it was going to do this. I mean, it was fucking inevitable. It really was. All right. Fuck it. Yet again.
Yeah. Sounds like one of those seen this movie before feelings. Nothing for you to fix in this exact second. Just acknowledging that frustration.
So off my game. I mean, went down to 765. The 1 point spread away from the center. That's literally the one trade you wait for in the afternoon and then you hammer it as it goes back towards the center, and that's exactly what it's done. One move you wait for. Unreal. Okay. All right.
You can feel that clear setup in hindsight. Those can sting so much. No lecture for me. Just, I hear that.
Yep. The one afternoon trade you wait for. And then you just let it go. Perfect. Fucking perfect. Gonna have to go watch the baby soon. Perfect end to a perfect day.
That's a rough ending. Sorry you're sitting with that. Take a breath before you switch gears. That's a lot to carry right now.
Typical Friday. Typical Friday. I'm just gonna stop trading Fridays. I swear to God. I mean, honestly, just what is the point? What is the point? It's always the same shit every fucking Friday.
Honestly, if Fridays keep feeling like this, it makes sense to even ask that question. That's not quitting, that's noticing a pattern in yourself. You don't have to decide forever today. Just noticing what's wearing you down.
What's wearing me down is a market that day after day presents no opportunities, a bunch of fake outs in the morning, and then a bunch of shit channel bound action in the afternoon. That usually presents exactly one trade, and maybe that's what I have to do. Just sit around, not trade all day, wait until we around 3 o'clock. Look, it is 3 o'clock exactly. Like I said, between 2 and 3 o'clock, when we move 1 point away from the peg, just hammer that trade, and that is that. That's it. Boom. Done. One trade a day. It seems like the most effective strategy right now.
That sounds like you distilling a very painful feeling into a very clear rule. It's calm, almost matter of fact. I'm hearing that.
All right. Gotta go watch the baby. It's 3 o'clock. Another shitty Friday, as usual. Can't remember the last time I won on Friday, but hey, that's life. All right, Frizmo, we will pick this up on Monday. Maybe we'll actually take me up on that strategy, huh? Just stay away from things in the morning because the volatility, we have no idea where the peg is. Wait for the peg to show itself. Come 1, 2, 3 o'clock, just wait for it to vary from the peg and then play it as it comes back to the peg. Just do it over and over again. That's that. How's that sound?
Insane. Shift. First, go be dad. Market will still be there next week. And you don't need to solve it today. Monday, you can decide if Friday gave you a testable idea, but that's for later. For now, just let Friday be Friday.
All right, guys. Got some babysitting to do. Shitty day. What else is new? Hope you guys did better than I did, although I doubt it. This market just continues to feed us days like this. All right. Good luck.